Hi, Greg. Hear me okay?
Andrew?
Hear me okay? Yeah.
Yeah, a little quiet actually.
Cool. Turn up a bit.
But
Okay. So, welcome to anyone who's watching the live stream for Pitkevy Energy Storage Project public meeting. Obviously, we're doing this online tonight, as we are this afternoon, even just because of the current circumstances around COVID-19. We can't do these meetings face to face, so we are doing them online like this. So just to give you an idea of how we're going to work this, we're going to start, we're going to do a presentation um, every half hour starting at 3:15 today. And there should be, if you're watching online, if you're on the meetings.ili-energy page, there should be a chat box on the right. You can see we might have one person there watching. Hello. If you want to put your name up in the chat, that would be great. Just let us know that you're there. And we will answer questions at the end of the presentation. So if you want to put any questions up as they come to you as we're going through this, that's totally fine, and we can answer them at the end. There's also, if you're watching this and you're thinking, I can't see a chat box, what's he talking about? There's also a mobile number. It's 07456 539 239. You can text us any questions you might have as well. And you can also contact me or Greg. Sorry, I should have started. I'm Andrew Hughes. I'm the PR and media manager. It's probably should have started with that. And also on the stream is Greg Templeton, our planning manager. So you can also contact us through our email addresses. Mine is ah@ili-energy.com and Greg's is gt@ili-energy.com. So there's three ways you can contact us while we're doing these streams if the chat box isn't working for you. There's also a PAN questionnaire. So you can basically a questionnaire about the project, what your thoughts are, any suggestions you may have. We'd like you to fill one of those in too. You fill that in online and submit it online from the page. And there's also, for the next 21 days, the presentation which I'm about to show you will be up online as well. The slides from that will be available, as well as the questionnaire form. And it's just a quick note is that the questionnaire form is for our purposes. It's as part of the public consultation. It's not official representation to Fife Council. Once we put the planning application in, when we go ahead with the actual planning application, there'll be time to submit that to the council when the application goes in. So I don't know if I've covered everything there. Greg, anything else you'd want to add to that?
No, I think you've covered everything. You've covered how to get in touch with us, and we'll repeat these things after the presentations. As you said, Andy, there's down the side of the screen there's a chat box or a comments box, and if you have any questions, you don't have to wait till the end. You can type into that box, and we can see those questions, and we'll get to them at the end, and we'll try and answer them for you at the end. But it's a good thing. It's a good way to sort of engage with us and for us to answer any questions that you've got. I think Andy said we usually hire a hall, so it's, and we lay out these drawings and we're there to answer people's questions. We tend not to do a presentation so much in the hall. We'll talk people through the drawings and what's proposed. And so today's a bit more of a sort of presentation style where we explain a bit of the background about what the project is, explain a bit about where it's located and what it's going to look like once it's constructed. So, and we're running them, as Andrew said, every half hour lasts about 15 minutes, and we leave 15 minutes for question and answers between each one. So you're welcome to get in touch with us at any point. You'll notice I keep looking over here sometimes. I have another screen where I can see any comments that you put up. So I'm just keeping an eye on that other screen just to see if anybody's there, if they have any questions. Andy, you might be on mute. You are.
Yes, I am on mute. we're just trying to we've done a few of these now, so we're getting to grips with this kind of method of doing these kind of public meetings. They seem to be quite successful so far from the feedback we've got. People are we're getting the kind of message of what it is we're doing. So, well, I'll tell you a little bit about the presentation, what kind of format it's in. So it's really just tells you a little bit about what the proposal is, who our ILI group, what it is we're trying to achieve with energy storage projects like this, why they're needed, and why they're needed, and why there's a need for it in this specific location outside Glenrothes. So I'm mindful that I've got up that we were going to start the presentation at 3:15, so I will wait for that. I think we've got a few more people in the chat now, so welcome, and welcome to anyone who's new. We're going to start the presentation at 3:15 today, where we'll run through everything. Hopefully, if you want to give us a hello, that would be great, so we know you're there on the chat. There's also, hopefully you can see the chat, so as we go through the presentation, if you've got any questions, just put them up and we will answer them as best we can at the end of the presentation or during it if it makes sense to. Anything else, Greg, you'd want to add to that? Will?
Andy, are you able to write a comment in the comments section?
Yes, yeah, I can, yeah.
I just clicked on our meetings portal where people can look through, and there was a play button on the sort of main screen. So maybe just a note there for people to click on that sort of play icon if it's there.
Gotcha. Just actually going to. So, are you on the screen as well, Greg? Are you in the room?
Yep. So I'll be one of those participants there that you see.
Gotcha. Okay. Actually, can you put struggling to add?
I'll type something here.
You type something in, see where it pops up.
Just a second.
Just going to reload that.
Sorry, Andy, I'm just typing this message just now.
Okay. Yes. Gotcha. That makes sense. Yeah. That makes sense, Greg. Can see that you're guest 12 and guest 808, and we have another guest also, guest 36.
So I think it's maybe worth explaining the reason that we do presentations at different times throughout the evening is people join at different times. People are available at different times. We're going on till 7 o'clock tonight for people who are arriving home from work. And people might come in halfway through a presentation, or they might arrive during the questions and answers. And so we would just want to give everybody the opportunity to see the presentation and ask any questions that they've got, which is why we're sort of getting it through the. I hope you find that helpful.
Great. Okay. So I think what we'll do is we'll start at 1:15. So we'll back in 5 minutes and we'll start the presentation. Right. Hello, welcome everyone to the Pitkevy Energy Storage Project. We've had a bit of an introduction earlier. If you didn't hear it, I'm Andrew Hughes, PR and Media Manager. Also have Greg Templeton, Planning Manager for ILI Group on the call as well. And basically what we're going to do is I'm going to run through a quick presentation telling you a little bit about the project, where it is situated, why it is we're doing energy storage, why it is in this location, and a little bit about the company. So I think we'll just get started with that. There's also a comment section on the right hand side of the page. If you want to leave us a comment or ask us any questions, that would be great. There's also a PAN questionnaire. If you look at the download section on the page that you're viewing this, there's a short questionnaire you can fill in and give us any comments or suggestions on that too. But I think we'll just get started with the first presentation today. So, oh, it's going a bit quick there. Anything you want to add to that, Greg?
No, other than to say, obviously, if people have any questions while you're going through the presentation, you can type those into the comments box and we'll answer them at the end.
Great. Cool. Okay, so, yeah. Don't know why it's doing that. Start at the start. So what is the project? So it's a 49.9, oh, not sure why it's decided it's going to do that today. So I can, yeah, I can just use these keys. Apologies for this.
Jumping around between slides.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I see that. A bit of an issue with it. Apologies for this. Second, just to get the project up. Yeah. So, I don't know why it's doing that. Apologies for that. Oh dear. Right, so we'll start at the beginning. So, what is the project? So it's a 49.9 megawatt energy storage facility, containerized battery storage. The development consists of basically storage containers, which I'll describe in more detail later on. So it's basically energy. It's basically storage units that contain batteries, equipment, everything that we need to connect the power from the grid to the batteries and the batteries back to the grid. And that's surrounded by fencing and screened with planting as well. So we try and screen the project as much as we can. In essence, what these projects do is they store excess energy from the grid. So times, for instance, when there's renewable energy getting generated that's not going to get used, instead of having to turn off those wind turbines, for example, we would store that power and we'd put that electricity or put that power back into the grid when it is required. And this helps balance supply and demand for the grid. So that's in essence what the project is. It's basics. Who are ILI Group? So we're an energy storage development company based in Hamilton in South Lanarkshire. We started the energy storage section of the company in 2017 with a mission to bring 2 gigawatts of energy storage to Scotland. Now, previous to that, we were involved in the feed-in tariff project, where we had solar, wind, hydro schemes all across the country as well. So we were well involved in the renewable energy, but now we're solely focused on energy storage. So we're bringing that 2 gigawatts of energy storage to Scotland. Most of that's going to come from 3 pump storage hydro plants that we have at the moment. One of those is currently quite advanced in planning, Red John, on the shores of Loch Ness at Doors. You might have heard of that, it's been widely publicised. So that one's already in planning and it's quite well far on. And the other 500 megawatts is going to come from battery storage projects like this one at Pitkevy. So why do we need it? Why do we need energy storage? So Scotland's got a target of net zero by 2045, and if we're going to hit that, we're going to have to increase the share of renewable energy, which is already quite high in Scotland. So we're going to increase the share of renewable energy, and that means using less fossil fuel generators and nuclear as well. There's what as these kind of generators come to fossil fuel generators and nuclear generators come to the end of their lifetime, we're going to become even more dependent on renewable energy. And the age-old problem with renewable energy is that it's intermittent. So we can't turn it on when the advert's on Coronation Street, for example, as the old adage. But we need to find a way that we can have a backup store of power. Now, what's been happening up to now is that we use fossil fuel generators as backup power. So we turn them on when renewable energy isn't available. But like I said, as they go offline, we become more dependent on renewable energy, and we need to have energy storage as a larger part of the mix for that to work successfully, so we don't end up with blackouts like we had down in England last year. So energy storage lets us store that renewable energy for when it is needed. Now, Ofgem have estimated that we would need up to 37 gigawatts of energy storage by 2050. We currently have around about 4 gigawatts of energy storage, which is going up all the time. And the Scottish Government have recognised that new energy storage is going to have to be part of the energy mix, or a larger part of the energy mix, if we're going to hit these net zero targets. So they're broadly supportive of energy storage projects. So why in this location? Why do we need it? Why are we in this location at Leslie near Glenrothes? Well, the reason why is that we're quite close to the Glenrothes grid supply point, and basically a grid supply point is a hub for electricity. It's where transmission power comes in from pylons, gets broken down into smaller voltages, out to smaller substations, and again broken down into voltages that would come into your house. So it's basically a hub for the grid. It's a electricity hub for the grid, a grid supply point. And there's very few of them that actually have the capacity available to connect the sort of 50 megawatts that we're talking about. So we've been through all of these in Scotland, and we're only in locations where we know that the power can be taken. So that's why we're at this specific location in Glenrothes. So the next few slides give you an idea of where exactly we are situated. So we've got land at Pitkevy Farm in Leslie, Glenrothes Fife. We're taking access from the Falkland Hill Road. We are about 1 kilometre from Glenrothes to the east. We're about 1 kilometre to Leslie to the south. And the closest properties, not including the farm, the landowner's farm, are over 600 metres away. So we're a good distance from any other kind of dwellings. Now this is a site layout, gives you an idea of where we're taking access from and the actual sort of energy storage compound as well. So you can see there we've got an access track coming through the farm down to the sort of field boundary at the bottom. There's an access track that goes through the middle of the compound, and there's 25 storage containers, 50 storage containers in all, 25 either side of that. There's a small retention pond to get any kind of excess rainwater, and the whole thing is surrounded by a 3-metre high wooden fence, and outside of that we're going to plant native broadleaf kind of trees and shrubs to kind of screen the project, which we're running the whole way along the bottom of the field boundary up to the access track, if you can see there. So we're trying to screen, be as sensitive to the landscape as we can, so that once the project's actually installed, the visibility of it's going to be pretty minimal. And outside of that as well, there is a pole and stalk fence. So the energy storage units themselves are basically storage containers that are full of batteries. They're racks and racks of batteries, inverters, transformers, all equipment that we need to connect to the grid and back again. And they're 13 metres by 2.5 metres with a height of 2.6 metres. And the batteries, and they also have air conditioning units on the side of those as well to keep all the equipment inside cool. Now the technology we're using in the batteries is lithium-ion batteries, solid-state lithium-ion batteries, and they're basically what's used in nearly every other project across the UK, battery storage project across the UK and worldwide as their proven technology. So that's what we'd be sticking with as well. So there's also a small substation as part of that development that's in that compound too, and that's a GRP building, so a glass reinforced plastic building, up to 10 metres by 6 metres by 3.2 metres high, and we'd agree the colour of that with the council. Pardon me, that has all the kind of Scottish Power switch gear that we need to connect the power, the power from the batteries to the grid, and from the grid into the batteries again. So this gives you an idea of the kind of screening that we're doing along along 3 sides of the project. So we have a 3-metre high wooden fence that's going to be around the compound. Outside of that, we are going to have the trees and scrubs we're going to plant. We're going to be planting as well. Obviously, they don't come fully grown; it take a while for those to grow. We've got a kind of suggested kind of layout there of how many of each of these kind of trees that we'd be hoping to put in place to screen the project as well as we can. And outside of that, there is also a 1.2 metre high post and wire stock fence. So this project itself is going to be very well screened once it's actually installed, so the visibility of it's going to be pretty minimal. So I think that gives you an idea of what it is we're trying to do, who ILI Group are, and why we're doing energy storage at all, and why exactly we're in this location. So if anyone's got any questions, please put them up in the chat. That would be great. If you can't see the chat, you can't get onto the chat, you can text us or you can email us as well, and we'll be more than glad to answer any questions you might have. Anything you'd add to that, Craig?
No, I'm just looking to see. There's still it still seems to be 3 people online. Hopefully, yep. Hopefully you're able to hear and see us okay.
Yeah.
And I noticed, Andy, that when I pressed play on the sort of opening screen, which I don't think is done on consultations we've done, there was a delay because we were a few minutes in. It was a few minutes behind.
Right, okay.
It's possible that there are people still listening that are
just perhaps behind, a couple of minutes behind.
Possibly.
Okay.
One thing I was going to say, it's worth saying, particularly for Fife. Fife did quite a lot in terms of wind farms and wind turbines. So there's a few wind farms and wind turbines around in Fife. And from the point of view of the battery proposals that we have, people will have seen that sometimes the turbines aren't spinning, even though it's windy. And so the reason for that is that the grid can't take sometimes all of the energy that's being produced, and it either needs somewhere to store that energy, or it needs to switch off the wind turbines. And at the moment, there isn't enough places to store the energy to allow it to be used when it is needed. And so what happens instead is that wind farms and wind turbine operators are paid a curtailment fee to switch off their wind turbines for a short period, so that they're not generating too much electricity onto the grid. And last year, I think I'm right in saying that Scottish wind farms got £127 million in curtailment charges to not generate electricity. And we think that it would be better to store that energy, allow that energy to be used, to store that energy for when it's needed.
Totally. Yeah.
Just saving that cost as a cost to the consumer. And if we can reduce those curtailment costs, it should have benefits to the consumer in terms of their bills.
Yeah.
The other thing that happens is that when you're able to store energy sort of locally, it means that the grid network doesn't have to invest in the same level of upgrades that would be required otherwise to move the electricity around. And that saving has been estimated at billions of pounds if we reach the storage targets. And again, that can be a saving that could pass to consumers in their bills. So it's really just making the existing solar farms and wind farms and offshore wind farms more efficient by allowing the energy to be used. I think in terms of people in Fife, where they can see a lot of wind turbines around, I think that's a sort of important point. It helps to explain why the project.
Yeah. Totally. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's well explained, Greg. What the kind of energy storage is trying to do. Do you know what I mean? And as it gives us that chance to hit those kind of net zero targets that we're aiming for, that the whole of the country, the whole of the world's aimed for, is to get that kind of carbon footprint down. And if we're going to rely on renewable energy, energy storage has to be part of that. Really, if it's there's no other way to do that. So that's what we're trying to do, is get as much energy storage onto the grid as we can, to kind of make that as easy a transition as possible.
Yeah.
I'm just seeing if there's if anyone's got any questions, please put them up. If they don't have any questions, if there's nothing comes through, I'm just checking my email and there's nothing came through on the phone. I think what we'll do is we will leave it for another 10-15 minutes, and we'll come back on and we can do another presentation then.
Yep, that sounds fair.
Yep.
Andy, I'll keep an eye on the questions and answers just in case people are a little behind.
And I'll put it back to the front page of the slide.
Yeah.
I don't know what's happening with the PowerPoint. It seems it's jumping about all over the place, but I can sort it. Hopefully, I'll just put it back to the start. So if anyone does come on, they can see yeah. Seems to be very sensitive to this. Yeah.
Right, so I'll see you in 15 minutes.
Yep, see you in 15 minutes, mate. Hello, everyone. Anyone that's on the stream or maybe watching the recording, I'm Andrew Hughes, the PR Media Manager for ILI Group. Also have Greg Templeton, Planning Manager below me as well. Hello. And so we're going to we've got a presentation for our Pitkevy energy storage project. Obviously, we're doing this kind of public meeting online in this format rather than face to face because of the COVID-19 situation. But I'll give you an idea how this works. Is that I'll run through a short PowerPoint presentation. I'll tell you a little bit about the project, whereabouts exactly it is, why we're looking to do energy storage at all, why in this location, and a little bit about the company. And then if you have a look on the right hand side of your screen, if you're on a computer, you'll be able to see there is a comments section. You'll be given a kind of random guest name, so you don't need to log in or download anything. You should just be able to comment straight onto that. If you're maybe on a phone or another device, you might not be able to see that. But if you scroll down a little bit further, there is a mobile number there. It's 07456 539 239, which you can also use to contact us. So if you don't have the chat available, please text us any questions as we go, either when we go through the presentation or at the end. We'll answer them as best we can. And also, as another fallback, if you can't get in contact with us, or if you don't use mobile phone, you can email us. Email me at ah@ili-energy.com or Greg at gt@ili-energy.com, and we can pick up messages sort of live and answer any questions you may have live too. So we also have, if you look in the download section, there is a click to access the PAN questionnaire, which is basically a short form feedback form asking for your views or suggestions on the project. So we'd really like it if you could take a few minutes to fill that in as well, and also ask for some of your details too, and keep you up to date on the progress of the application when it goes in. And that'll be available for the next 21 days, along with the slides from the presentation as well. So if you didn't get to see it tonight, you can go through, you can download the presentation, and you can also give us any comments you may have. Now, comments that you make to us are there for our part of our public consultation process. They're not official representations to the council, that they would be done when we put the actual application into the council. Then you would have an opportunity to comment direct to the council. So I don't know if there's anything else you want to add to that, Greg, for a start with the presentation.
No, I've just added a note there, Andy, that people should be able to see in the comment section saying you don't have to log in or register. You can just type your questions and they'll appear on the screen.
Yeah.
And I've also added our email address there that people can copy and paste or write down.
That's cool. That's what I'll do. I'm going to add that to the front screen as well of the presentation. I'll do that later on, along with the mobile number. So everyone's got as much opportunity as possible to ask us questions while we're doing this. The format that we've kind of landed on is, rather than sit and talk when no one's communicating with us for like 4 hours, the best way we've found is to have sort of set times every half an hour where we go through a presentation and we have an opportunity for people to comment, and people know exactly when we're going to do these presentations. So if they log in at the start of one or in the middle, then they can wait to listen to or come back on and listen to one of the other presentations. So trying to keep it as open as possible, because it's quite difficult when we don't know actually who's came on if there's no communication with people. So with that, I think I'll just start on with the presentation. So here we go. So what is the project? So the project, in essence, go back there. There we go.
Can you go full screen, Andy?
Yeah, that's what I'll do. So what is the project? So it's a 49.9 megawatt energy storage facility made up of containerized batteries, basically. Now that development includes those energy storage units or containers. They have all the batteries, associated equipment in them. There's also an access track, a meter building, a small substation to connect the power to and from the grid, and that's surrounded by fencing and screening as well, tree planting. That's going to screen this project as best we can to make it reduce the visibility as much as possible. So projects like these, in essence, what they do is they store excess power from the grid. So at times, perhaps when there's renewable energy getting generated, wind farms in the middle of the night, for instance, instead of having to switch those turbines off, we can store that power and we put that power back into the grid when it is needed. And this helps balance the supply and demand for the grid. So, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a few minutes. So who are ILI Group? So we're Intelligent Land Investments Group. We're an energy storage company based in Hamilton, South Lanarkshire. Started in 2017, the energy storage sector side of things. We've also been involved in feed-in tariff and renewable projects across the country for a number of years now, bringing hydro, wind and solar projects online, which are currently running. But now we're focused entirely on energy storage, and that's our vision, is to bring 2 gigawatts of energy storage to Scotland. And we're doing that mainly through developing 3 pump storage hydro projects across Scotland. One of those is quite far advanced in planning. That's Red John on the shores of Loch Ness at Doors. You might have heard of that. It's been in the press widely. So that's going to be the majority of that power is going to come from the hydro pump storage plants that we're proposing. But we also have another 500 megawatts of battery storage, which Pitkevy is part of as well, that we're also going to be taking through planning and building. So why do we need the energy storage? What is the whole point of this? Why is energy storage needed? So Scotland's a target of net zero by 2045. So we've got an ambitious target in Scotland to try and decarbonise the whole of Scotland, and a big part of that's going to come from moving a shift or a further shift to generating power from renewable energy, which we're already doing. But the age-old problem with renewable energy is that it's intermittent, so we can't switch it on when we need it. When everyone hits the kettle at the break at Coronation Street, we can't switch it on to meet that. So renewable energy works when it's sunny, when it's windy, and that doesn't always match up to when we need it. So what we've done up to now is that we have fossil fuel generators, coal and gas, and also nuclear that make up that difference. So when there isn't renewable energy available, we turn up the kind of gas, coal, or nuclear to kind of make up that difference. But what's happening now is as we move more towards renewable energy, and these kind of older kind of coal and gas and nuclear plants go offline, that means we're more reliant on that intermittent energy. And what that means is that as we do that, energy storage has to become a larger part of the energy mix if we're going to keep the lights on and be able to balance the system, so we don't get situations like what happened in England down last year when we had that large blackout. So that's why energy storage is needed. Ofgem have estimated that we're going to need up to 37 gigawatts of energy storage by 2050. We currently have around about 4 gigawatts of energy storage, so we're quite a bit away from that. The Scottish Government have realised this too, recognise that if they're going to hit these net zero targets, we're going to have to deploy more renewables, and that means we're going to have to deploy more energy storage as well. So the Scottish Government are broadly supportive of energy storage projects like this. So why in this exact location? Why is it we're actually at Glenrothes? So the reason that we're at this specific location is we're located near the Glenrothes GSP, or grid supply point. And basically a grid supply point is a hub for electricity, an electricity hub where we take in transmission power coming in from pylons that gets broken down into smaller voltages, sent to smaller substations, and again broken down and sent to your homes and businesses. So a grid supply point is a hub for that. So that's why we're at this current location, is that there are very few places in Scotland, very few of these grid supply points that actually have capacity available that we can put the kind of energy storage on that we're talking about, the kind of 50 megawatt mark. So Glenrothes is one of these locations, and that's why we're here. Is that there's an opportunity to put an energy storage project at this location, so that's why we're here. So the next few slides give you a good idea of where we're proposing the project and what we're actually proposing on the ground. So this location plan gives you a good view that we're at land at Pitkevy Farm, Leslie Glenrothes, taking access off Falkland Hill Road. We're about 1 kilometre. Glenrothes is about 1 kilometre to the east. Leslie is about 1 kilometre, just over 1 kilometre to the south. And the closest dwellings to the proposal would be around about 600 metres, taking out the kind of landowner's farm out of that. So we're quite well away from any kind of other dwellings. So this is a more zoomed in shot to give you an idea of the actual site layouts. We've got an access track coming off the Falkland road through the farm and down to kind of field boundary to the south, and we have an access track going into the development, where we have 50 energy storage units, 25 each side of these kind of energy storage containers, basically. There's a small retention pond included in that. You might not be able to see that, it's quite small, for any kind of excess rainwater. The whole thing's surrounded by a 3-metre high wooden fence, and outside of that we're going to be having planting trees and scrub marks in green. So we're having that all the way all across the kind of south boundary, from where the access track starts, and basically enclosing the whole project. So from most views, all you're going to be able to see is the tree planting once the project's actually up installed. Obviously those trees will take a little bit to grow, but once it's actually up and fully installed, that's going to be well screened to anyone driving by or nearby. So the energy storage units themselves, they are basically storage containers the same size as normal shipping containers that have been fitted out with racks of batteries, all the equipment that they need to connect to the grid and take that power to and from the grid. Now they're 13 metres by 2.5 metres by 2.6 metres high, and they also have air conditioning units on them as well that will keep all the equipment in there cool. Now the technology we're using in the batteries are solid-state lithium-ion batteries, and these are being successfully used across the whole of the UK and the world. In effect, most, if not all, energy storage projects that are up and running currently are using solid-state lithium-ion batteries. So we'd be sticking with that kind of proven technology. There's also a small substation building that would be part of the compound, and that's houses all the Scottish Power equipment that we need to get the power to and from the grid, to the batteries, and from the batteries back to the grid. And that would be a GRP, a grass reinforced plastic building, 10 metres by 6 metres by 3.2 metres high, colour of which we will agree with the council. Now the fencing and the screening, as I mentioned earlier, so we have a 3-metre high wooden fence around the outside of the project, and outside of that we'll be planting the trees and scrubs that we're talking about there. It's kind of suggested kind of layout of the trees and bushes that we would need to screen the project. And outside of that, there would be a 1.2 metre post and wire stop fence as well. So if you see the way we're proposing the screening, we're going to be well screened from nearly all views. So the project itself will make a minimal impact. We're at the lowest point in the farm as well, so trying to keep it as unintrusive as possible. So I think that gives you an idea of what the project is, basically why we're doing energy storage, why we need energy storage in this location, and who ILI Group are. So if anyone's got any questions, please put them up on the chat. If you don't have the chat, if you can't see the chat, we would love it if you can text us as well. The mobile number there is 07456 539 239. You can text us any questions you may have, or Alternatively, we have our email address as well. So for myself, it's ah@ili-energy.com. You can email me, or gt@ili-energy.com for Greg Templeton, and we'd be only too happy to answer any questions you have. We'd also, if you've got the time, we'd love it if you would click to access the PAN questionnaire if you look to the downloads. And that basically is a form where you can fill in, ask you a few questions about the project, what you think of it, suggestions, and that's for our part of our public consultation. We can take on board that information. It's not a representation to the council. It's only for our consultation purposes. And there's also the presentation slides, which are going to be available for the next 21 days also. So with that, I think I'll hand it over to Greg. If you have anything further to say, Greg.
Yeah, Andy, thanks a lot for that. I think just to pick up on that comment that you made at the end there, that the form that we're asking you to fill in on the website, we hope you can access, and any feedback that you give us today on this event is really for us to take into consideration any comments that you might have in the final application that gets submitted to the planning department. So we do from time to time make amendments to proposals based on feedback that people give us, and try and take their concerns into consideration if they have any concerns. But when the application gets submitted, there will be an advert in the local newspaper, and the planning application, like every other planning application, will be available on the council's website for you to review. You'll be able to review all the information there, and you can provide comment to the local authority, and timescales for doing so will be on the council's website. So you'll see all the information there. We're always available, even once the application's submitted, to answer any questions that you've got. So we're always happy to speak to members of the public to resolve any issues that you might have, and hopefully get you to support the application. But if you have any comments that you wish the planning department or the councillors to take into consideration, then you have to make those representations to the council rather than to us. But we hope you will engage with us. We're always happy to answer questions. That's all I would say, Andy, at this stage. I think you're on mute, mate.
I'm on mute. Yeah.
You're really good at that.
I'm really good at that. You can't hear me. So what we'll do is, if there's no questions, if nothing came in on the email, I can't see anything on text either. There's nothing on the screen. So what we'll do is we will leave it for another 10 minutes, and we will come and do another presentation. Thank you.
Hello. We're here for the 4:15 Pitkevy Energy Storage Project presentation. We'll be starting this shortly. Hi, Andy.
Hi, Greg.
Yeah.
Yep. So,
I just Andy, that we are just for anyone who's come online, and we're just about to start the presentation. And I was going to just explain a little about how we're doing it today. So we're presenting at various times from 3 o'clock to 7 o'clock this evening. We recognise that people will be able to log on at different times. Some people might be working from home, some people might have to commute. So the way we're doing it tonight is we're having a presentation. Andy's going to talk through the various aspects of the proposal, and then we're going to have a sort of question and answer session, and we'll do that at regular intervals through the day. So if there's something that you've missed, there's a comments box down the right-hand side of the screen, which I'll try and point to. I think it's here. And you can type in any questions there. Myself and Andy will be able to see those questions, and at the end of the presentation, we'll be able to chat through and hopefully provide answers for you to that. There's also you'll notice that there's some comments there already that I've typed in, inviting you to comment. Our email address is on that, and below that is Andy's mobile phone number. You can text Andy if you have any questions, or take a note of the email addresses, and you can contact us at any time. So, Andy, do you want to just start talking through?
yeah, I'll just start running through the PowerPoint. So it's just a quick PowerPoint, tells you a little bit about the company, a little bit about what the project is, what it is we're trying to achieve with energy storage. So I will just start that right now. So what is the project? We are proposing a 49.9 megawatt energy storage facility that's made up of containerized batteries. So it's energy storage units which are in storage containers, racks and racks of batteries, in fact. And that's the main part of the development. We'd also have an access track, a small meter building, a small sort of substation building in the compound as well, and that's surrounded by fencing and screening to tree planting, so we can try and shield the project as well as much as we can. So what do projects like this do? So in essence, what they do is they store excess energy from the grid. So excess power that's been generated that's not going to get used, we can store that and put it back into the grid when it is needed. So the majority of the time that would be coming from renewable energy sources. So when there's renewable energy getting generated, say for instance wind farms in the middle of the night, when generating power that we don't really need at that exact moment, we can store that energy and put it back into the grid when it is needed, and that helps balance supply and demand for the grid. That gives you an idea, just a sort of overview of what it is that the project is that we're proposing. So who are ILI Group? So we're an energy storage development company based in Hamilton in South Lanarkshire. We started in 2017. The energy storage side of things started in 2017. We've also been involved in numerous renewable energy projects, solar, wind, and hydro across Scotland over the last few years. But our sole focus now is bringing 2 gigawatts of energy storage to Scotland. And the majority of that we're going to be doing through 3 pumped storage hydro projects that we have already. One of those is far advanced in planning. That's Red John on the shores of Loch Ness at Doors. You might have seen that. It's been well publicised. And the majority and the remainder of that would be coming from 500 megawatts of battery storage that we have proposed either in planning or already out of planning, similar to the project at Pitkevy that we're doing. So why do we need energy storage? What is the whole point of that? Why do we need energy storage at all? Well, Scotland has a target of net zero by 2045, and a big part of that's going to be the shift from fossil fuel generators, coal, gas, and also nuclear, and a move to renewable energy, a more increased reliance on renewable energy. And the problem that comes with that is that renewable energy is intermittent, so you can't turn it on when you need it. you're relying on the nature. When the sun shines, when the wind blows, and it doesn't always match up with when you need it. So as we move away from fossil fuel generators and nuclear plants and alike come to the end of their lifespan and we don't build new ones, we're going to be more reliant on that renewable energy. So that means that we need to have more energy storage if we're going to make that energy mix work. So energy storage basically lets us store renewable energy for it when it is needed. So Ofgem have estimated that we could need up to 37 gigawatts of energy storage by 2050. We currently have around about 4 gigawatts of energy storage in the UK, so we're quite a bit away from that. Now, the Scottish Government have realised this too. It's part of their energy strategy that they're broadly supportive of energy storage projects like this, because they realise if they want to hit those targets by 2045, renewable energy is going to have to become a large part of that. Yeah, so skipped a few slides there. So why do we need it in this exact location? So the land that we're proposing to put the project on is near the Glenrothes GSP, and the GSP is a grid supply point, which is basically a hub for the grid. So basically, transmission power comes in from pylons, gets broken down into smaller voltages. Pardon me, go to smaller, that gets sent out to substations, gets broken down into smaller voltages, and again gets sent down to your houses and businesses. So a grid supply point is a bit where we can connect this energy storage. It makes sense to connect these points. But the problem that we have is that not all of the grid supply points can actually accept the power. There's not always the capacity available. But we know that Glenrothes GSP there is. So that's why we're in this exact location, because we know that there's grid power, there's capacity available at this point in the grid. So the next few slides give you an idea of where it is we're proposing the project. If you can see the red line boundary there, taking access off the Falkland Hill Road, going through the farmsteading at Pitkevy and down to the field boundary to the south there, surrounded in blue. So we're about 1 kilometre. Glenrothes is about 1 kilometre to the east. We've got Leslie about a kilometre to the south, and we're about 600 metres from any other dwellings apart from the landowner's property. So we're a good distance from any other houses. So this site layout gives you a kind of zoomed in view, so you can see that we're taking the access from the road through the farmstead and down to the corner of the field boundary marked in blue. Or an access track down there going through the compound where we have 50 energy storage units, 25 either side, a small retention pond for any kind of runoff rainwater that may happen, a small substation for the Scottish Power equipment that we need to connect to the grid, and that's the whole thing's enclosed by a 3-metre wooden fence, and outside of that we have trees, planting. We're going to be planting native broadleaf trees and shrubs that are going to screen the project from all angles really. We're going to plan, obviously we're sensitive to the landscape that we're in. We're going to plant these trees so that the project itself, when installed, is going to, the impact from it's going to be pretty minimal visually. So the energy storage units are 13 metres by 2.5 metres by 2.6 metres high, and that includes, basically they are storage containers, so shipping containers that have been fitted with racks and racks of batteries, inverters, all the equipment that we need to connect to the grid. And there's also they also have air conditioning units on the side of them as well, just to keep all the equipment cool. And the technology we're using in the batteries is solid-state lithium-ion batteries, and that have been successfully used in the UK and worldwide. Basically, most projects in the UK, if not all of them, are using some form of lithium-ion battery, and that's what we'll be using as its proven technology. Substation building that I mentioned is a GRP building. It'd be 10 metres by 6 metres by 3.2 metres high. So good GRP is just glass reinforced plastic, and that contains all the Scottish Power switch gear, basically everything we need to get the power from the batteries to the grid and from the grid to the batteries back again. The fencing and screening that we're proposing would be, like I said, there's a 3 metre wooden fence. Outside of that would be the trees and shrubs that we're proposing. That would be, obviously they don't come fully grown, but they would be at a height where they'd be close to screening the fence and the project. And over time, the whole project would be screened with the tree planting that we're proposing. So we're trying to keep the project screened as much as we can from as many angles as we can to minimise impact visually. So I think that gives you a good idea of what it is we're proposing, why we need energy storage at all, and why in this exact location. So I think I'll pass over to you, Greg, if there's anything further you'd like to say.
No, Andy, I think you've kind of you've covered everything. The only thing I was thinking was quite often at these events, people ask us whether this project is connected to any other projects. There's sometimes an assumption if we've come in, at the same time as a wind farm's come in, or there's a solar farm or some other development connected to the grid. People sometimes want to know if we are connected at all. So the answer to that is no. We are always completely independent developments. We're there to satisfy a need on the grid network, an established need on the grid network, where the grid requires some flexibility because of the intermittent nature of renewable energy generation. Wind turbines aren't always turning when the power is needed. That has to be stored somewhere. Also, because we're getting rid of our coal plants and our nuclear generation, we're more reliant on renewable energy technologies. So this is a need. This is to supply a need that affects the whole grid network. And locally, the reason it's located here is that there's grid capacity available here for us to be able to extract the additional electricity that's there and put the energy back into the network when it's required. So I understand, Andy, there was another application that's approved for batteries nearby.
There is, yeah. There's another one that's kind of down to the south, closer to the GSP. So there is one already there, but there's still capacity available at the grid supply point, even with that. So I don't actually know what's happening with that project, but I know that for our project, there's still capacity available on the grid. So that's why we're still at this location.
So the grid supplier identifies that there's a need, or there's a capacity there that we can sort of fill that with our project. So the fact that there's another project there as well just means that before that project came along, there was a lot of capacity, and between us, we'll be sort of absorbing some of that capacity that's there. There may still be further capacity for other projects that come along, and the grid network's always upgrading, and they're always doing works to improve the network. This is just another sort of element that helps the network to stay sort of functioning effectively. Mm-hmm. That's the purpose this is for. So Andy, is there anyone online, do you know, at the moment?
I haven't seen anyone else come on the chat, but the chat isn't available, might not be available to you. You might be not seeing a chat box if you're viewing it from a mobile phone or another device. So that's why we have my mobile number there is 07456 539 239. If you want to text us any questions, we can certainly answer them, or by email at ah@ili-energy.com. You can also email us any questions you might have, so we can answer them live. And if we don't get anything in the next wee minute or next wee while, we will have another presentation at 4:45 in about 15 minutes. So if you've just logged on and you've missed this one, There's going to be another one in 15 minutes, and we can certainly answer any questions you may have then. But if you have seen the presentation and you'd like to give us some comments, there's a questionnaire, there's a PAN questionnaire there where you can, it's an online form you can fill in, give us any of your suggestions. It's basically a short questionnaire and looking for any comments or questions you might have about the project.
Also, Andy, I'd say if anyone has logged on and can't wait for the presentation but still has questions, then by all means you can ask them.
Fire them away. Yeah, fire away.
In the chat, and we'll respond to that, or email us, and we'll get back to you. We can also make these slides available if anyone wants to see them, and obviously the final development will go online on the council's planning portal, and to access it, it'll be publicly available. You can access all the final drawings and final reports.
Okay.
So Andy, if there's no one else around, I think we should just put the main screen back on.
Yep. Okay.
And we'll start again in 15 minutes or so.
No worries. Okay. Bye.
Right.
Hi there, everyone. Hi, if anyone's watching on the stream. I'm Andrew Hughes. I am the PR and Media Manager for ILI Group. Also have my colleague Greg Templeton, who's also going to be on the stream. He's just popped away from his desk, but we'll be back in a minute. So we're just going to give you a quick overview of what it is we're trying to do here. This is the Pitkevy Energy Storage Project public consultation meeting that we normally would do face-to-face. We'd hire a hall and come up and see everyone and have a chat, but obviously due to the COVID-19 situation, we've had to adapt like everyone has had to, using technology. And this is what we came up with, the kind of live stream, where we do a presentation every half an hour, and we also have a question and answer session at the end of that. So if anyone's looking to contact us, or while I'm doing the presentation, there's a chat box on the right hand side of the screen, hopefully for you. You can put in any questions you may have, and we'll answer them at the end. If you can't see that, you can contact us. If you have a look there, our mobile numbers there is 07456 539 239. Our email addresses are also up there as well. So if the chat isn't available, there's a few other ways you can get in contact with us. So I'm going to run through the presentation. There's also a questionnaire form which you can download that is on the download section. It says click here to access the questionnaire. It's an online form. You can give us your comments. We're asking you a few different questions about the project as well. And the slides from this presentation will be available for the next 21 days. So if you miss the project or you want to go to look through something again, you can come and have a look. And then hopefully you can give us fill in the questionnaire and give us your kind of response to the project. Is there anything you'd want to add to that, Greg, before I start with the presentation?
Did you introduce me while my seat was empty?
Yeah, I did. I said you'd be back soon, and you are. You're here.
Yeah. Fine, Andy, if you want to run through it.
Crack on. Yeah, no worries. Okay, so this presentation give you a quick idea about who ILI are, who we are as a company, what it is we're trying to achieve with energy storage projects like this, why they're needed and why they're needed in this, why we want to do one in this exact location. So in essence, it's what we're doing is it's a 49.9 megawatt energy storage project, and that's made up of energy storage containers or energy storage units. Also, we have an access track going to and through that project, through that compound, a meter building, and that's surrounded by fencing, and we're going to screen the project with trees and shrubs as well. So the project's going to have a minimal visual impact. In essence, what projects like this do is we store electricity from the grid and when it's being produced in excess. So that's normally coming from renewable energy sources. So wind farms in the middle of the night, where that power is being generated. Instead of having to switch those turbines off, we can take that power, store it in the batteries, and put it back into the grid for when it is needed. And this helps balance the supply and demand for the grid. So I'll talk a little bit more detail about it, but in essence, that's kind of what the project is. So who are ILI Group? So we're an energy storage development company based in Hamilton in South Lanarkshire. We started in 2017, the energy storage side of things. Before that, we were well involved in feed-in tariff projects. We've done a lot of hydro, a lot of wind projects, solar projects all across Scotland that are now built and up and running. But now we're fully focused on bringing 2 gigawatts of energy storage to Scotland. And the majority of that's going to come from developing 3 pumped storage hydro projects. The most recent one of those, the most far advanced one of those being Red John on the shores of Loch Ness, at Doors, which you might have heard of. It's been well publicised. That's well advanced in planning. The rest of the projects, or the rest of that 2 gigawatts of energy storage, is going to come from 500 megawatts of battery storage, of which Pitkevy is part of. So why is it needed? Why do we need energy storage? So The reason why we need energy storage at all is that Scotland's trying to hit a target of net zero by 2045, an ambitious target to sort of decarbonise the country, and a large part of that is going to come from move a further shift to renewable energy. And what that means is that we're going to be less reliant on fossil fuel and coal and gas to make up our energy mix, and we're going to be more and more reliant on renewable energy. And that brings with it the kind of age-old problem, renewable energy, that it is intermittent. You can't turn it on to meet demand. We're at the mercy of whenever the wind blows, whenever it's sunny, that kind of thing. So what energy storage does is it gives us a way to store that renewable energy for times when it's not needed and reuse it and use that power again when it is needed. So as we move away from kind of fossil fuel generators, as these kind of plants go offline, we're going to be more reliant on renewable energy. And to make that work, energy storage has to be a larger part of the mix. So Ofgem have really recognised that we're going to need up to 37 gigawatts of energy storage by 2050. We currently have around about 4 gigawatts, so we're quite a bit away from that. The Scottish Government also recognised that we're going to need energy storage, and they're broadly supportive of projects like this, as they realise that we're going to need that if we're going to hit these net zero targets. So why in this location? Why exactly here? So the land's located near the Glenrothes grid supply point, or GSP, and a GSP is basically a hub for the grid. So it's where transmission power comes in, gets from pylons at large voltages, gets broken down into smaller voltages to go to smaller substations, and again broken down to get to your houses and businesses. So it's a main hub for the grid. So this is where we are trying to connect these kind of energy storage projects. But the problem is there's only a very few that can actually accept the kind of level of power that we're talking about. There's not capacity at every one of these to actually do what we're trying to do here. So that's why we're in this location at Glenrothes. So the next few slides give you an overview, kind of idea of exactly where we are in the world, whereabouts, what it is we're trying to put on the ground. So if you can see the red line boundary, the access track coming off the Falkland Hill Road even, through the Stedden at Pitkevy down to the kind of field boundary marked in blue. That's kind of the footprint of the project. We're about 1 kilometre. Glenrothes is about 1 kilometre to the east, and Leslie is about 1 kilometre to the south. And the closest dwellings to the project, closest houses, are around about 600 metres away. So we're a good distance away from any other properties. This is the site layout. So we have 50 energy storage units, 25 either side of an access track running through the middle of that, if you can see that. Outside of that, we have a 3-metre wooden fence, and the sort of mark surrounded in green is the new planting, the new screening that we're going to be putting up. So native broadleaf trees and shrubs that are going to screen the project from most angles. And also in there is a substation enclosure too, which I'm going to chat a little bit about. So there's a small substation in there too that we're going to house all the kind of Scottish power equipment in. Now the energy storage units themselves are storage containers with racks of batteries in them, in effect. They're 13 metres by 2.5 metres by 2.6 metres high. And that contains all the kind of batteries, inverters, transformers, all the equipment that we need. And they also have air conditioning units on the outside of them to keep all the equipment cool. Now the technology we're using in those batteries is solid state lithium ion that's been used successfully in nearly all projects across the world in the UK for battery storage so far. And that's proven technology, so we would be relying on the same technology. Substation that I would mention previously is a GRP building, so glass reinforced plastic, 10 metres by 6 metres by 3.2 metres high. And that contains the equipment that we need to get the power from the batteries to the grid, and from the grid to the batteries again. Now the screening and the fencing that I'm talking about, we're going to have a 3-metre high wooden fence, and outside of that would be the trees and shrubs that I've talked previously about. So they don't come fully grown, but we plant them, and over time they would screen the entire project from most angles. And outside of that, we have a 1.2-metre post and wire stock fence that would be built on the outside, just to keep any kind of livestock and anything away from the project. So I think that gives you an idea of what it is we're proposing and why we need energy storage, why we need it, and why we think we need it in this location, um, and what it's actually going to look like. So if you have any questions, please put them up in the chat. If you don't have access to the chat, please text me. My mobile number is going. I'm just going to put that up now. So give me a second. So it's yep. So my mobile number is 07456539239, along with our email addresses, me and Greg. So if you can't get us on the chat, please contact us through one of these other methods, and we'll be glad to have a chat with you. I'll hand it back to you, Greg, if there's anything I think you would add to that.
Thanks, Andy. No, I don't really have anything to add just now. Except to say that you're on mute.
Sorry, yeah. Can't currently see anyone else on the chat at the moment. So if you're wanting to text us, that's also a method to get in contact with us. The mobile number is up there for any questions. Or if you just want to give us your comments, we've got a small questionnaire in the download section. If you could fill that in and let us know as well, that would be great. Otherwise, I think I will put that screen back up, Greg, and you can hand it back over to you for a wee minute. Yeah, I'm just letting everyone know, if you just tuned in, we'll be doing another presentation in about 1:15. So, okay, thank you. Ready, Greggy?
Andy, I was just about to start actually. So hi to anyone who's joined us for the Pitkevy energy storage project public consultation presentation that we're doing tonight. We're running at various points from between 3 o'clock and 7 o'clock. We're doing a short presentation running through some slides which explain the project proposed at Pitkevy to explain the sort of need for energy storage. People are beginning to see more energy storage applications coming through the planning process. So to explain a little bit about that, to explain where the site and the project is located, and also give some details about the project itself, what exactly is proposed, what's going to be put on the land, what people will see. My colleague Andrew Hughes, our PR and media manager, is going to run through some of this, as well as PR and media. Andrew also has good technical knowledge and helps with these projects and getting them through the planning process. Andrew's going to do that presentation. You can get in contact with us through the chat box, which is at the side of the screen. And you might see there it says type a message. You don't have to log in or register in any way. You can just start typing in there. I've also put some comments on that already, which you may be able to see, which gives our email address. So for myself, Greg Templeton, I'm the planning project manager at Intelligent Land. My email address is gt@ili-energy.com, or Andrew's email address is ah@ili-energy.com. Andrew has also put his mobile phone number on the screen, 07456539239. So you can text Andrew if you're unable to use the chat box that's there. Or at the bottom of the screen, you can see where it says downloads. Click here to access the PAN questionnaire. You can also download the presentation or look at the presentation there. So to access the PAN questionnaire, that's a questionnaire where you fill out some personal details, ask any questions or make any comments about the proposals, and we'll get those and we'll be able to reply to you, or you can put it in the chat box. So Andy, if you're ready just now, if you want to start running through that, is that okay?
I'm ready.
Thanks, Andy.
Cool. Okay, so yeah, thanks everyone. If everyone that's tuned in, and I'll just start with the presentation. Just a second. So what is the project that we're proposing? So in essence, what we're proposing is a 49.9 megawatt energy storage facility, which is made up of energy storage containers, 50 energy storage containers, and also associated equipment, access track, a small substation, fencing, and screening to screen the project as best we can. Projects like this, what they do in effect is we store excess energy from the grid, usually from renewable energy sources that we can't turn up or down to meet demand. So we either turn them off, so we lose that power completely. And what we can do with energy storage is we can store that power for when it is needed and put it back into the grid, and this helps balance supply and demand for the grid. So that's a quick overview of what the project is. Now, who are ILI Group? So we're Intelligent Land Investments Group. We're based in Hamilton. We're an energy storage development company based in Hamilton in South Lanarkshire. The energy storage side of it started in 2017. Before that, we were involved in renewable projects, hydro, solar, and wind projects, involved in the feed-in tariff. We've a number of those now up and down the country that are installed and producing power. But we're sole focus now is bringing 2 gigawatts of energy storage to Scotland. The majority of that we're proposing to come from 3 pump storage hydro projects that we're currently working on. The most advanced of those, Red John, on the shores of Loch Ness at Doors. You might have heard of that. It's been well publicised, and it's at an advanced stage in planning. The rest of that 2 gigawatt figure is going to come from 500 megawatts of battery storage, of which Pitkevy is part of. And we've got a number of these sites consented now in Fife and in other local authorities as well. So why do we need energy storage? Why do we need it at all? What's the deal with that? Basically, Scotland has a target of net zero by 2045, and a large percentage a percentage of how we're going to get there is by moving to renewable energy, or moving more to renewable energy than we are at the moment. And as fossil fuel generators, like coal and gas and nuclear power plants go offline, we become more and more reliant on renewable energy. And the age-old problem with renewable energy is it's intermittent. So we can't turn it on when we want to. We can't switch it on to meet the peak in demand at Coronation Street when everyone puts the kettle on, for example. So we have to find a way to store that power, so we can rely more on renewable energy and still be able to keep the lights on. So that's what energy storage does. So projects like this one and others store that renewable energy for when it is needed. So Ofgem have estimated that we need up to 37 gigawatts of energy storage by 2050. We currently have around 4 gigawatts, so we've got quite a bit to go before we get there. Scottish Energy Strategy also has recognised, Scottish Government have recognised that if we want that kind of deployment of renewable energy, we're going to have an increased deployment of energy storage, and they're broadly supportive of projects like this one.
Andy, if I could add at this stage, I mentioned earlier during one of the other presentation Q&As that people in Fife will be used to seeing wind turbines around. There's a few wind farms and wind turbines around in Fife. Sometimes people have observed that it's windy, but the turbines aren't moving. This is because there's too much electricity on the grid, and it's outstripping demand. So the wind farms and the wind turbines are paid to switch the turbines off to stop them generating during those times of peak output. And what this project allows the grid to do is to allow those turbines to keep generating and to maximise the benefit of not just wind farms, but also hydro and solar. Allows them to generate when they're able to generate and to store that energy, so that it is available again when maybe, as Andy said, the Coronation Street adverts come on, and everyone switches on the kettle, but maybe it's not windy. And so it allows that wind power to be used when it's not required. So I think that that's a point that some people kind of don't quite pick up on initially in these public events.
Of course, we don't need to worry about the adverts when EastEnders is on.
Yeah, I know. The previous one, that's the BBC.
Yeah, so bit of humour there. Apologies. So why is it we need it in this location? So why in this specific location do we need energy storage? So the land is located near the Glenrothes grid supply point, sort of the big substation that's nearby, and basically a grid supply point is a major grid hub where transmission power comes in from pylons, gets broken down into smaller voltages, and get to smaller substations, and again down to smaller voltages that go out your house. So it's a main hub for power, so it's a good place to add this kind of grid storage. But unfortunately, not every grid supply point in Scotland can actually take the capacity at the moment. So what we've done is we've looked at all the grid supply points, and we've only focused on the ones where we can actually connect that power, which makes sense. So Glenrothes is one of those where there's capacity available. So that's why we're in this exact location. So the next few slides give you an idea of whereabouts in the world exactly we are. If you can see the red line boundary there, coming out we've taken access from Falkland Hill Road through Pitkevy Farm down to the southernmost field in the ownership outlined in blue. That's where we're going to put the project. So we're trying to keep the project as low as possible in the landscape. It's going to be 1 kilometre. Glen Rosses is 1 kilometre to the east, and Leslie is 1 kilometre to the south of the project, and the closest house and dwellings would be over 600 metres away. So we're a really good distance away from any other kind of housing. The site layout itself, so again, this shows the access coming in from the road through Pitkevy Farm down to the southernmost corner of the field boundaries, field land ownership. So that would be there's 50 storage containers there, 25 either side of the access track. If you can see that, it might be a bit small, but hopefully you can make that out. That those small kind of green rectangles are the energy storage units. There'd also be a 3-metre fence that's going to be around the whole of that compound with the screen, the new planting sort of trees and scrubs that we've got proposed that are marked in green. So for the whole southern end, all 4 sides of it we've got covered, would be surrounded by that screening. So when the project's actually installed, the visibility of it from any surrounding areas is going to be pretty minimal, to be honest. So we're trying to do that to keep the project as in keeping with the landscape as we can. So the energy storage units themselves are 13 metres by 2.5 metres by 2.6 metres high, and they also have air conditioning units on the outside of those to keep all the equipment inside. And the technology inside the batteries that we're using are solid state lithium ion batteries, and those have basically been used in nearly every other energy battery storage project in the UK, if not the world. As they're a proven technology, we'd be sticking with that too. The substation is also a small substation included in that compound, and that's to house all the Scottish Power switch gear, which basically converts the power from the batteries to power that can go into the grid, and again the other way around from the grid to the batteries. That's a prefabbed GRP glass reinforced plastic building, 10 metres by 6 metres by 3.2 metres high, with the colour we would agree with Fife Council. Now the screening and the fencing that I talked about, so outside of the actual containers, we're going to have a 3-metre high fence that will surround the compound, and outside of that is the trees and scrubs. So we'll plant trees, obviously they're not going to be full grown to start with, but over time they'll come to screen the project from all 4 sides, which will make it the visual impact pretty minimal. And outside of that there's a 1.2 metre post and wire stock fence as well. So I think that gives you an idea of what it is we're trying to do with regards to energy storage, why it is we're in this location, and what we're proposing to put on the land. So if there is any questions you have, please put them in the chat box on the right hand side of your screen. If you haven't got a chat box, if that's not there, I'm going to put my mobile number up and our emails, so you can contact us using one of those methods if you can't get the chat box. And either way, we'd love it if you could download in the download section, on the same page you're watching this on, if you could download the PAN questionnaire and fill that in, that would be great. Give us your views on the project. So a few questions there, what you think about it and everything. And hopefully if there's anything we could take on board, we would do that. But other than that, I think we would leave it there, and just give people time to, I can't see, there's been no emails come in. No emails have come in, and there's nothing on the chat that I can see. And there's nothing in the text. So I think, is there anything else you'd add to that, Greg?
Well, I just noticed that there was somebody online and they've now left, I think just as you were closing up. So hopefully that was a member of the public, and hopefully they found your presentation useful. If there is anyone else, now we can't always see, or we're not sure we can see if people are online or not, so we just assume that there is someone there. I think it's maybe worth me just chatting for a moment and sort of layman what's going to be on site. So essentially on site is, if you imagine, it's essentially shipping containers, and inside the shipping containers are shelves, and on those shelves are small batteries that together make up a large battery capacity that allows to store quite a lot of energy within the site. So there'll be an access sort of road, hard standing there for access for maintenance and things like that for the batteries that runs down the middle of the 2 rows of units. That's then surrounded by 2 fences. So there'll be a large wooden fence, which I think is about 3 meters tall, which is quite high. So that's probably higher than your ceiling in your living room. So it's quite a tall fence, and it obscures the view of the batteries. There's then planting, which was on one of the slides. So there's going to be some bushes and trees are planted there, which over time will fill out and help to soften it into the landscape. And then there's a post and line fence beyond that as well. The visual impact of these isn't especially it's not especially large. You're used to seeing fenced off areas associated with farms and things like that in the countryside. Toxins obviously that will look the same. There's a new access track that leads to the site. But again, the visual impact of that isn't huge. People are used to seeing tracks and stuff across the countryside. So that's essentially what we're proposing to build. And you may even have seen around, you're starting to see these types of developments around. Although quite possibly you've seen one and you haven't even noticed. Not all wind turbines, which are very tall kinetic structures, and these sit here and they don't move, and over time the visual impact of them decreases because of the planting that's around them. So there shouldn't be any difference from a visual impact point of view. Hope people find that useful. If anyone is listening and does have any questions, you can get in touch. We sometimes use some technical terms like to do with gigawatts, and some people aren't necessarily sure what that means or how much energy that is. So if anyone has any questions of a technical nature, we can hopefully answer those for you as well if you want to get in touch. That's all I would say just now, Andy. It looks like no one's online. I'm just going to put myself on mute until sort of 10 minutes time when we do the next one.
No worries, Greg. Okay, thanks. Hi to anyone who's tuned in for the presentation at 5:45. I'm Andrew Hughes. I'm the PR and Media Manager for ILI Group. I've also got Greg Templeton, who's in the shadows there, if you can make him out. He's our planning manager.
It's so dark.
It's a little bit dark there, Greg. It's hard to make you out.
I'll put a light on, Andy.
Put a light on, mate.
Why it's so dark?
Okay.
I joined in now.
No, it's just because it's light
screen
behind you,
below.
because you're backlit. It's because you're backlit.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Okay, so yeah, so we're going to, obviously we're doing this is part of our public consultation. We would normally rent a hall to do these kind of events, but obviously with COVID-19 we can't do these at face-to-face anymore. So we are doing this online using the technology that we have at hand. So this is for the Pitkevy energy storage project at Leslie in Fife. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run through a quick PowerPoint presentation. Take 10 minutes, something like that. And if you've got any questions at the end of it, you can put them in the chat. So there is an online chat available. Hopefully, if you can see that on your screen, there's an online chat to the right of where you see me. And if you can't see that, there's also a mobile number there, 07456 539 and me and Greg's email address is also, so you can contact us through that way if you can't get the chat. So try to keep it as open as possible for people to get in contact with us. There's also a download section where, pardon me, you can download the PowerPoint from today's presentation, and you can also download, go to an online questionnaire which asks a few questions about the project, so we can get your feedback. So if you wouldn't mind clicking on that and filling that in as well, that would be great. But is there anything you'd add to that, Greg, before I crack on with the presentation?
No, I think that's everything everyone needs to know. I think this presentation, it stays up on the website for 21 days, I think.
Yep, that's right.
So you can watch, we do this sort of 7 times over the day, so you can watch each one and pick your favourite. Or if you just want to go on and double check our contact details and get in touch with us. As we said, we're happy to answer any queries.
You're breaking up there, Greg. I couldn't make that out, but okay. So I'll crack on with the presentation. So the presentation tells you an overview of the project, who ILI are as a company, why we need energy storage projects like this, why do we need it in this location, and what it's actually going to look like on the ground. So the project itself, we're proposing a 49.9 megawatt energy storage facility, and that's made up of basically 50 energy storage containers, energy storage units, which are containers with racks and racks of batteries in effect inside them. The associated equipment, there's a small substation building as part of this compound, an access track through the middle of and there's also fencing around it, and it's well screened with tree planting as well. So we're trying to screen the project as well as we can. The energy storage projects, in effect, store excess power from the grid. So at times when there's renewable energy being generated, perhaps at night, or from wind turbines, for instance, instead of having to turn that power off, turn those wind turbines off, we would store that electricity in the batteries and then put it back into the grid when it is needed. And that basically helps balance the supply and demand for the grid. So who are ILI Group? We are Intelligent Land Investments Group. We're an energy storage development group based in Hamilton in South Lanarkshire. Started in 2017, the energy storage side of things. Previous to that, we were heavily involved in renewable energy projects across Scotland, wind, solar and hydro, to do with the feed-in tariff. And a number of those are now up and running. But our sole focus now is bringing this 2 gigawatts of energy storage to Scotland. Majority of that's going to come from pump storage hydro that we have. We've got 3 projects. We've got one project that's quite far advanced in plan. You might have heard of it. It's Red John on the shores of Loch Ness at Doors. And that project is, like I said, well advanced. The other 500 megawatts of storage that we're proposing is going to come from batteries, battery projects similar to this one here at Pitkevy. We've got a number of those consented in Fife and elsewhere. So why do we need energy storage at all? What is the purpose of it? So Scotland's got a target of net zero by 2045. We're going to get that kind of level of decarbonisation. We're going to have a bigger shift to renewable energy. So what that means is that we're going to be more reliant on an intermittent power source. So what does that mean? Really, what this age-old issue that we have with renewable energy is that you cannot turn it on to meet demand. It doesn't work when you turn it on. It works when it's windy. It works when it's sunny. So, and previously, what we've done is when renewable energy isn't available, we rely on fossil fuel generators to make up that gap and nuclear. But what's happening now is these kind of go offline. We're unable to meet that demand that way. So we'll have to have as we become more dependent on renewable energy, we'll need to have more and more energy storage available to store that power for when it is needed. The Ofgem have estimated that we would need up to 37 gigawatts of energy storage by 2050. We currently have around 4 gigawatts. The Scottish Government have also recognised that energy storage is going to have to be part of the energy mix if we're going to hit these 2045 net zero targets, and they're broadly supportive of energy storage projects like this. So why are we in this exact location? Why are we here near Glenrothes? So the land that we have is located near the Glenrothes grid supply point. So our grid supply point is a hub for the grid. So we brings where transmission power comes in. So from pylons that gets broken down into smaller voltages, that go to smaller substations, get broken down again, that eventually goes to your house and to your businesses. So the grid supply points are a major hub for the grid, so it's a good place for us to connect the kind of power to have that kind of energy storage available. Now, unfortunately, there's not that many of these grid supply points that actually have capacity available to connect 50 megawatts of power that we're trying to connect. So we've located Glenrothes. We're at Glenrothes because we know there is power available at the substation there. So that's in effect why we're in this location. So the next few plans are basically planning drawings, give you an idea exactly where we are in the world and what it is we're proposing. So if you can see the red line boundary there, just starting with the access track coming off into Pitkevy Farm off the Falkland Hill Road, going down to the southernmost extremity of the landowner's boundary, marked in blue. That's where the footprint of the project's going to be. We are 1 kilometre to the east. Glenrothes is 1 kilometre to the east, and Leslie's 1 kilometre to the south, and we're about 600 metres away from any other dwellings apart from the landowner's own farm. Now the layout of the project, like I said, the access track comes in from the farm down to the actual energy storage compound, where it goes through the middle of the energy storage units, which there are 50 of, 25 either side. Outside of that, there is a 3-metre high wooden fence to screen the project, and again, outside of that, there's going to be new tree planting and shrubs that are going to screen that project from all sides, really. So we've put the project in the lowest bit of the land the landowner owns, and we're going to be screening it from all 4 sides to blend in with the landscape as much as we can. So the project itself is going to be, once it's actually installed, it's going to have minimal visibility. So the energy storage units are storage containers, so shipping containers that have been fitted out with batteries and also transformers, all the equipment in there that we need, and they also have air conditioning units on them as well to keep all the equipment inside cool. And those are measuring 13 metres by 2.5 metres by 2.6 metres high. And then the technology we're using in the batteries is solid-state lithium-ion batteries that are being used for the majority of UK and worldwide battery projects, and those are a proven technology, so we would be sticking with those too. There's also a small substation as part of this development, which is inside the compound, and that's a glass reinforced plastic building that hosts the Scottish power switchgear that we need to convert the power from the grid to the batteries and the batteries to the grid. And that would be 10 metres by 6 metres by 3.2 metres high, and the colour of that would be agreed with the council. So an important part of this project is the screening that we're putting around the project. So the 3 metre high wooden fence, as previously mentioned, and outside of that we're going to have a number of different species of sort of trees and shrubs that will, over time, will grow and fill out to mask the project completely from all sides. So that's what our sort of aim is, to keep the project as minimal an impact as we can to the landscape. So I think that gives you an idea of why we need energy storage, why we need it in this location, who our ILI group are, and what it is we're actually proposing on the ground. So if you've got any questions, please put them up. If you've got the chat box available, please put in a question there. If you can't see the chat box, mobile number, I'm just going to put my mobile number back up. So, and the email addresses. So if there's any, if you can't, you can still get in contact with us if the chat isn't available. We'll be more than happy to answer any questions you have. If you're happy, just to, if you don't want to ask any questions, you just want to give us some feedback, there is a PANG questionnaire at the bottom of in the download section. You can download the question. Well, you can go into the questionnaire. It's an online form, in effect. You can just submit that to us. That would be great. Along with the PowerPoint as well, which will be available for the next 21 days. So at any time during that 21 days, if you want to get in contact with us, or even after that, please do. Cheers. Anything you'd add to that, Craig?
No, I think you've covered everything well there, Andy. We have another presentation in about 15 minutes. So if anyone's tuned in towards the end there and they want to see the presentation again, we'll be doing another one shortly. You don't have to wait for that. So if anyone is there and you have any questions or comments, you can fill out the comments box and we'll try to ask them. Otherwise, I think, Andy, we can just hang fire until 1:15.
Let's do that, Craig. Okay. Okay, welcome to anyone who's tuned in for our presentation of our Pitkevy energy storage project. I'm Andrew Hughes, PR Media Manager for ILI Group. We also have Greg Templeton below me, Planning Manager for ILI Group. We're hosting these kind of public events at the moment, like in this format, in an online kind of digital format, as obviously you can't rent a hall and come up and see people face to face because of the COVID-19 situation. So we're going to do the best we can over this format, where I'll have a short PowerPoint presentation, which where I'll explain a bit about the project, who the company is, what it is we're trying to do, and then we'll have a question and answer session. So hopefully on the right hand side of your screen you can see a chat box, well, that side even, chat box. So if you're on there, if you want to put in any questions you have while we're going along, and we'll answer them at the end. Or if you can't see the chat box, there's a mobile number on the screen here. Hopefully you can see that, 07456 539 239. Me and Greg's emails addresses are both listed there as well. So you can contact us on any of these three mediums, and we'll answer the questions as best we can at the end of the presentation. There's on the download section of the screen as well, below where you're watching me, there is a PAN questionnaire we'd like you to fill in too. So tell us your views on the project, some questions that we have for you, and anything we can take on board we will. And you can also, the slides from this presentation are also going to be available for the next 21 days too. So for anyone who's who misses this, they can go back and have a look through the presentation and then give us their feedback in the questionnaire form. So is there anything you'd want to add to that, Greg, before I get started on the presentation?
No, that's all good, Andy.
So what is the project? So in essence, what we're proposing is an energy storage facility that would be 49.9 megawatts of power to be able to hold and put into the grid. And that's made up of energy storage units, which are in effect storage containers with batteries in them, so racks and racks of batteries. So there's 50 of those on the site. There's an access track, and there's a small meter house building, a substation building to get the power to and from the grid. And that would be surrounded by a 3-meter fence, and also new screening from trees and shrubs that we're going to plant as well to lessen the visual impact. So what these projects do, projects like this, is they store excess energy from the grid. So when there's power being generated, for instance, from wind turbines in the middle of the night, instead of having to turn those turbines off, we can store that power and then put it back into the grid when it is needed. And this helps balance supply and demand for the grid. So who are ILI Group? Well, we're Intelligent Land Investments Group. We're based in Hamilton, South Lanarkshire. We started the energy storage side of this company in 2017. Previous to that, we were involved in renewable energy projects, wind, solar, and hydro for the feed-in tariff, and now we have a number of projects up and running across the country. But our main focus now is bringing 2 gigawatts of energy storage to Scotland. The majority of that's going to come from the 3 pump storage hydro projects that we have. The most furthest on in planning of those being the project that we have on the shores of Loch Ness, which is Red John at Doors, and that's been widely publicised, and it's advanced in planning. The rest of the projects, the rest of that capacity, that 2 gigawatts, is going to come from battery storage projects, very similar to this one at Pitkevy, which we either have consented or are in the process of getting consented. So why do we need energy storage? What's the point in having projects like this at all? So Scotland's got a target, a net zero target of, skipped a few slides there, sorry. Yeah, so Scotland has a net zero target of 2045, one of the most ambitious in the world. And to do that, we're going to have to move further towards renewable energy and away from fossil fuel generators, coal, gas, and alike. So the problem that you have, the age-old problem with doing that and becoming more reliant on renewable energy, is that it's intermittent. So it only works when it's sunny, when it's windy. We can't match it up to demand. And what that means is that we rely on backup power, base generation from coal, gas, and nuclear. Now, as these kind of power stations go offline, as they come to the end of their shelf life, we're more reliant on that renewable power. And to make that work, we need to have energy storage on a large scale. So this is what projects like this are going to do, is we're going to supply that energy storage needed to be reliant on new renewable energy so that we can store it from that power for when it is needed. Now, Ofgem have estimated that we could need up to 37 gigawatts of power of energy storage by 2050. The Scottish Government recognise that too, and they're broadly supportive of energy storage projects like this. Now, why are we actually in this specific location at Glenrothes? So the land that we have is beside, where we're putting the project is beside the Glenrothes GSP, our grid supply point, which is really a main hub for power in the grid. So it's where transmission power comes from pylons, gets broken down into smaller voltages, out to smaller substations, broken down again, taken to your homes and businesses. And being a major hub, that's a good place for us to connect in with this kind of battery storage. It works well in these kind of locations. Unfortunately, there's not always capacity available. There's not always room on the grid, at these points to put that kind of power in. So there's a limited amount of these power, a limited amount of these GSPs or grid supply points that can actually take the power that we're looking to put in. So that's why we're in the location that we are at Glenrothes. So the next few plans give you an idea, basically planning drawings of where the project's going to be and what it's going to look like. So the location plan here shows the land at Pitkevy Farm, Leslie, Glenrothes, taking access from the Falkland Hill Road. If you can see the red line boundary there, it kind of comes off the main road through the farm down towards the southernmost field, the most low-lying part of the farm, where we positioned the project so it has the most minimal visual impact. We're about 1 kilometre, Glenrothes is about 1 kilometre to the east, and Leslie is about 1 kilometre to the south, and we're about 600 metres, bar the landowner's property, away from any housing, so we're a good distance from any other properties. The site layout itself, so we've got these energy storage units, which are basically the same dimensions as storage containers. We've got 50 of those, 25 either side of the access track, which goes down the middle of those. Hopefully you can make that out from the plan. Around that there is a 3-metre high fence, and around that there's going to be the screening, which you can see marked in green. So that's all going to be trees and shrubs that we're going to plant that's going to screen the project in the landscape. Like I said, we're already at the lowest point of the landowner's farm, so we're not that high up in the landscape. So we believe that once all that's in, the project's going to be quite well screened from all sides. Now, the energy storage units themselves, they are 13 metres by 2.5 metres by 2.6 metres high. They've got all the batteries sort of in racks and racks of batteries, similar to what you would see in a, if you can think of like kind of data servers, there's kind of racks and racks and racks, but instead of like servers, it's batteries, and those together make up the power that we're looking for. And they also have air conditioning units on the outside of them to keep everything inside cool. And the batteries that we're using are solid-state lithium-ion batteries that will be used mostly in nearly every other kind of battery storage project UK and worldwide at the moment, and that's a proven technology. That's what we'll be sticking with too. So there's also a substation as part of this development, a small substation, GRP building, grass reinforced plastic that would be 10 metres by 6 metres by 3.2 metres high, and that would have all the equipment we need to break the power down from the grid, put it into the batteries, and from the batteries into the grid again. Now the fencing and the screening that I've discussed previously, so we have from right to left you have the 3-metre high fence. Then we're going to have the trees and shrubs that we've talked about. Obviously they're not coming fully grown, but over time they'll fill out, screen the fencing and the project. And then outside of that, there's a 1.2 metre post wire stop fence as well. So we've got the project's going to be quite well encapsulated by the screening that we're going to plant and the fencing that's going to be there. So it's going to sit in the landscape and have a minimal impact in our opinion. So I think that gives you a good idea what it is we're trying to do with the energy storage project, why we're doing energy storage at all, and what the project's going to look like, and a little bit about the company. So, like I said previously, if you want to comment, that would be amazing. Or you want to ask any questions, please do so on the chat on the right hand side of your screen, hopefully. If not, my mobile number's there, 074 565 39239. I'll also put up our email addresses, so you can contact us in any of these kind of forms, and we will get back to you as quick. We'll get back to you live and answer the questions. I'm just going to put this back up. Was there anything you would want to say, Greg?
No, Andy, other than I put a message on, I think I noticed someone else coming online. So I just said, if you've joined in the middle of a presentation, we're going to have another one shortly. But if any questions, they can type in there. So if anyone does have a question, or even just wants to say hello to let us know that you're there, you can do so in the comments box at the side. Andy, you're on mute.
Yeah, that would be great. Any questions, please put them up. We'll answer them. There's also the questionnaire form and the downloads. If you click on that, it takes you to an online form you can fill in, give us your feedback. That would be brilliant. And the actual PowerPoint that I went through there is going to be online for the next 21 days, along with the questionnaire form. So we'd love to get your feedback. We can take on board your suggestions or comments. Obviously, that's not comment to Fife Council, that's directly to us for the public consultation. But there will be once the plan application goes in, when we put that in, there'll be an opportunity to comment to the council directly.
That's an important point, actually, Andy. So the point of this event and events like these that you've maybe been to, usually, as Andy said at the start, we would hold this in a local hall or something. We would hire that out, and we can't do that because of the situation around COVID. But we try to take on board any comments or concerns that people have and amend our proposals accordingly and make sure that the information that people want to see is included in the planning application. The comments to us aren't the same as comments on a live planning application. So once it's submitted to the council, it will be advertised in the paper that the application's been submitted. You'll have the usual period for submitting any comments that you have that you want the council or the elected members to take into consideration when they're determining the application. So you just need to keep an eye for when the application goes in, and you'll be able to see it through the council's website in the usual way. If you want your comments to be considered by the council in their decision, that's how you have to do it. If you want it to be considered by us, so we can include it in our design or amend our design if need be, then we'd appreciate it if you would get in touch with us, and we can take that on board. Again, any questions, even once the planning application is submitted, we're happy to answer the issues that you've got.
Done a second, Greg. I'm just going to got that.
You're on mute again, Andy. Andy, you're on mute. Andy, you're on mute. Okay.
But Greg, I'll just do this. I've got Ron Page from the Community Council on the phone. He's just phoned me, so he's live on the line here.
Okay.
So he's asking, is there going to be any employment for the local area the ongoing, and I'm saying that the when we're constructing the project, there may well be, and we normally
Yeah,
try and use local contractors as part of that. That's part of our remit. Is we always try and get local contractors to help build it. But
yeah.
ongoing, the project is managed remotely, so it would be somebody coming every once a week to have a look in the facility. There's nobody kind of working on site, so to speak, Ron.
Yeah, so Andy, I would add to that that the construction, while there's a technical element to the
Can you hear me,
construction,
Ron? Yeah.
so Andy, while there's a technical element to the construction, it's really it's putting down hardcore, laying some foundations for the
Yeah.
ship, uh, bring them in, fencing. So it's all stuff that local contractors can do. It's not most of it isn't technical work that needs to be done by specialists. Local contractors can be used. And obviously, once there's a few of these types of projects, people will be employed in the sort of maintenance and operation of those. But it's not large numbers in terms of direct employment from it.
Does that make sense, Ron? Yep. Yep. Well, we have had some people online, but they haven't commented directly to us. So they might have downloaded the questionnaire and they might put their comments to us that way. So we'll know kind of. There's a bit of a delay on the stream, so you're listening to the stream, and there's a bit of a delay, so that's why it's quite confusing because we're instant on the phone, but then there's yeah. Yeah, you shouldn't need a password. You should just be able to go in right away, but that's fine. It's something we can take on board for the next one.
Andy, if he tries to type, um, there was something saying you needed a password, but it went away once you started to type.
Uh, yeah, hold on. I'm going to mute this here, Ron, because it's quite confusing. I can hear So that was Ronan from the Community Council, Greg. I just muted it there because there was an echo because he was listening to the presentation. So he's going to fill in the pan as well. He's having a bit of difficulty using the chat box. But again, that's why we've got the mobile phone. So if there's any issues with the chat, if anyone else is listening, please put in your questions. That'd be great. Or if you don't want to comment while we're on this, is fine too. You can just put your questions into the or put in any comments you have into the questionnaire form online. But failing that, I think what we'll do is we'll start our final presentation at 1:45.
Yep, that's great. Andy, thanks a lot.
No worries.
Hi there to anyone who's logged on for the Pitkevy Energy Storage Project public consultation presentation. This is going to be our last one for this evening. We've been doing presentations every half hour since 3 o'clock today, with some time set aside for question and answers. So I'm Greg Templeton, the Planning Project Manager for Intelligent Land.
Hi, Greg.
And my colleague, hi Andy, and my colleague Andrew Hughes, who you can hear.
I actually hear you, Greg. Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you, Andy.
Go put these in.
Sorry, I don't know if it's.
I can hear you.
So it wasn't my laptop; it was your headphones.
I hadn't put my headphones in. That's what I could hear.
That's maybe it. So
yeah.
So I'm Greg Templeton, Planning Project Manager for Intelligent Land. My colleague with the headphones is Andrew Hughes. He's the PR and Media Manager for Intelligent Land. And I was just. We've been doing this today since 3 o'clock. We've regularly, every half hour, we've been going through a short presentation that explains the project, explains why energy storage is needed, gives a bit of background about the company, and explains what's proposed and exactly where it's proposed for the planning application. Inviting people to get in contact with us. So on the screen at the moment is my email address, gt@ili-energy.com. And Andrew's email address is ah@ili-energy.com. Andrew's phone number is also on the screen there. He had someone from a community council call him and who had some questions. But if you do have some questions, there's a comments board on the right-hand side of your screen, which you can just type straight into, and we will be able to see any comments that you've got. If you can't see that board, then you can get in contact with us by email or by telephone. So Andy's going to do this short last presentation, and then we'll hang around until 7 o'clock for any questions that anyone's got. Andy, if you're ready.
Yeah, fire on, Greg. Okay, so I'm going to start the presentation. So what is the project? What is it we're actually proposing? So we're proposing a 49.9 megawatt energy storage facility. So it means there's 49.9 megawatts of power we can take from the grid and store in batteries and also put back into the grid when it's needed. And that's done by, we've got 50 energy storage units, which are the same dimensions as storage shipping containers in effect, with racks of batteries inside them. There'd also be an access track, a small substation building where we keep all the stuff that we need, all the Scottish Power equipment we need to get the power to and from the batteries, and that would be surrounded by fencing, and it would also be screened as well with tree planting, so we can keep the project as well sort of hidden in the landscape as we can. So what projects like this do in effect is we store electricity, store power, store energy from the grid when it's being produced in excess. So usually that's from renewable energy. So wind turbines going in the middle of the night, sunny days, really sunny days when we don't need that power. Instead of having to ditch that energy, we can now store that power in energy storage projects like this and put it back into the grid when it is needed. So it helps balance supply. In its simplest form, it helps balance supply and demand for the grid. So who are ILI Group? Well, we're Intelligent Land Investments. We are based in Hamilton, South Lanarkshire. The energy storage side of the company has been going since 2017, and our vision, our goal is to bring 2 gigawatts of energy storage to Scotland, and we're going to do that by developing 3 pump storage hydro projects. The furthest on of these in planning are the most advanced being Red John at the shores of Loch Ness at Doors. It's been well publicised, and like I said, it's well on in planning. And the rest of the power is going to come from 500 megawatts of battery storage we either have consented or in the process of getting consented, much like we have with other projects in Fife and other local authorities. So why do we need energy storage? What is the purpose of it? So Scotland's got a target of net zero by 2045, and we're going to do that mostly by moving away from fossil fuel generators, coal and gas, and becoming more reliant on renewable energy. Now that's great in theory, but as the age-old problem you have with renewable energy is it only works when the sun shines, when it's windy, so you can't match it up with demand. So it's without energy storage, you can't rely on renewable energy to keep the lights on in effect. So previously, what we've done is we've had fossil fuel generators to when there's no renewable energy available, we turn on the coal and gas plants, nuclear plants to make up the difference. And when there's too much power available, we either turn it off or we try and store it as best we can. So what projects like this is going to do is once these fossil fuel generators and nuclear power plants go offline and they're not rebuilt, we don't build new ones, that we're going to have more energy storage. Now, Ofgem are estimating we could need up to 37 gigawatts of energy storage by 2050. The Scottish Government also realise that it's going to have to be a big part of the energy mix if we're going to hit these net zero targets. So they're broadly supportive of energy storage projects like the one we're proposing. Now, why are we in Glenrothes? Why does it have to be here? So the reason why we're in this location is we're near the Glenrothes GSP with grid supply point, which is really a hub for the grid. So it's where transmission power comes in off pylons, gets broken down into smaller voltages, into smaller substations, and eventually out to your house and home. So it's a good place, a good hub to position this kind of energy storage. But unfortunately, there's only so many of these grid supply points that can handle the kind of power we're trying to put in, and Glenrothes happens to be one of those. So that's why we're actually in this location. So the next few plans give you an idea whereabouts in the world we are, what we're actually planning. So if you can see the red line boundary there, it's kind of land at Pitkevy Farm, Leslie, Glenrothes. We're taking access from the Falkland Road and taking it through the farm down to the southernmost spot of the landowner's holding to keep it the project as low in the landscape as we can. And it's where Glenrothes is about a kilometre to the east, Leslie is about a kilometre to the south, and the closest housing to bar the landowner's property is about over 600 metres away, so we're a good distance from any other properties. This is a more kind of zoomed in view. As you can see that we're taking the access through the farm, off the road, all the way down to the corner of the land holding where we have the energy storage units. So we've 25 either side of there with an access track going through the middle. There's a small substation building and the whole thing's enclosed with a 3-metre wooden fence and tree planting along the full south of the border right up to the access track, and then again around the other 3 sides, as you can see marked in green. So we're well screening the project in the landscape, so the impact is minimal once it's actually installed. So the energy storage units themselves are the same dimensions as shipping containers in effect. They're 13 metres by 2.5 metres by 2.6 metres high. And there's also some air conditioning units on those to keep everything cool. And the technology in those, battery technology we're using is solid state lithium-ion batteries used in nearly every other battery storage project in the UK and worldwide, as you've got a proven track record. So that's what we'd be using too. The substation I mentioned, it's a small GRP building, 10 metres by 6 metres by 3.2 metres high, and that contains all the kind of equipment we need to break the power down from the grid to go into batteries and again back the other way and back into the grid. The tree planting and screening, so we have a 3-metre high fence on the outside of the battery compound, then the tree planting around all 4 sides, and then the wire stock and wire post and stock fence. So that's kind of how we're going to screen the project. So once these actually trees are in and they're growing and they fill out, you're not actually going to be able to see the project. It's going to be well screened with the kind of planting that we're proposing. So that really gives you an idea of what it is we're trying to do, why energy storage, why it's in this location, and what it is we're proposing, and a little bit about the company. So if you have any questions, please put them in the chat on the right hand side of your screen. If you don't have that, if that's not coming up for you, please give us a phone on the mobile number if you want, or text us, or email us. I'll just put our email address back up for them. We'll answer any questions. Also, if you were listening to this today, if you could click on the downloads, it's the access to the PAN questionnaire. We'd love to hear your feedback on the questions that we have, just a little bit about the project. And the presentation and the questionnaire will be available for the next 21 days. I think but that's it from me. Greg, anything from you?
No, Andy, other than I saw your email there that came through, and we should be able to pull something together that we can email across for the Community Council to consider.
That's exactly what we'll do. Great. So if there's no, hopefully we'll stay on for the next couple of minutes, guys. If you've got any questions, please fire them over. We're more than happy to answer them.
I don't imagine anyone will be logging in now.
No.
No. Seems to be no one there. But we'll hang around just in case.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll wrap up. Andy has left.
No, I'm back. Sorry, I just pressed the wrong button.
That's okay, Andy. I was just going to say,
Yeah.
this has been the Pitkevy energy storage development and public consultation as part of the planning process. We have had contact with the local community council. We're going to send them over some further information. And if any comments do come on board or any questions, we'll respond to those and make sure that they're covered off in the planning application that ultimately gets issued. So that's us at 7 o'clock now, Andy.
Okay. Thanks, Greg.
Thank you,
Bye, everyone. Thanks for anyone that tuned in. Bye-bye.